Hello and welcome to Live Coding with Gerph. This is the start of a new season and oh look, my video is all broken. What's gone on? What's going on? Let's see if we can fix it. Bum, 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 bum. Good start, eh? Hello, we are here. Good, we're live. Excellent. So hello and welcome. We've got a few people here, a couple of people here anyway. So hopefully this will be an interesting session. This is the first of a series. We are taking what we did a few months ago. I think we finished it at the end of December, which was the Wimp templates loading. So basically taking a file and loading it into the Wimp so that we can use them to render windows. And we're going to take that code and we're going to put it into the window manager, so it's actually used in the real window manager. Now this isn't the eventual goal. This is where we're just a stopgap. It's largely just an encouragement so that other people can see that look, this is useful. Whether people want to use it or not, that's another matter, but that's what we're going to give a whirl to today. So there's going to be a number of different phases to this. So firstly, we're going to have taking the RISC OS 5 window manager and making it build with the build system I've got, because mine's a little bit different. We're just going to make it build in GitHub. All very simple, shouldn't be too much hassle. I've said that, so clearly it's going to be hard, but we'll see. Making the old window manager work with a new build system would be trivial. So unless they've basically made it less compatible with old Objasm, it should be just fine, I hope. And then we go and start taking the code that we've got in the C repository, the Wimp templates repository, and we start putting that so it's accessible in there. Shouldn't be hard. We should be able to do this, I hope. and then we go and make sure that it can all be called properly, and we test it and we see that it works. I mean, that's the goal, but we'll see how we get on. I mean, it might fall apart really quickly, so we will see how we get on. Let's have a see then, shall we? So first thing we will do is so this is the text render one. We don't want the text render one. I'll just show you where things are. So templates. Yeah, this is the templates repository. So this will be a 64 variant using, no, it will be 64-bit. It'll only be using the 32-bit build, but we're using RISC OS 5's window manager. So basically all this code here will be dropped into the, so this, I'm staring at the screen's up here. It's there. It's there. The one you can see. That code goes into the RISC OS 5 Wimp. I mean, it'd be trivial to put into the Wimp I've got, but let's see how well we can do this. I'm sure it'll be easy. I'm sure it'll be easy, of course. Right. So this is the window manager. Let's give people a quick reference to that. This is the sources we are taking, the C sources. And now we need to go and find the assembler sources for the Wimp. So that's in, come on, gitlab.riscos open Wimp. Yep, in the Wimp. There we go. So we're going to have a look at the Wimp here. Here is the Wimp. Blah, blah, blah. Lots of bits in here. No idea if this is going to work. I think this is the old comments from 3.1. No, 3.5. Oh no, 3.1 I think, with multi-block copying. Oh, if it's child windows, then it's probably nested Wimp. Anyway, regardless of that, oh dear me. Let's see what we can do anyway. First thing to do, we want to clone it. So let's go over here and git clone this Wimp. And we'll clone it as RISC OS 5 Wimp. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Right, cloned. CD into RISC OS 5 Wimp. Thank you very much. Right, so if we have a look in here, we can see stuff, which is not all that interesting. Important bits is licenses, Apache license, which allows us to do all this, which is good. So first thing I want to do, just do fetch all. Yeah, it has fetched all, hasn't it? So tag. Yeah, we got everything there. That's cool. All right, so next thing we want to do is we want to go and push. Oh, sorry, let's just paste this one as well so that people know what this is. So this is the original source repo. Now we want to create one in GitHub that actually does the same thing. Where's anything? Oh, that's the G context. Don't care about that. But let's create a new repo for this to go into. Dum dum dum. Plus, create new repository. RISC OS 5 Wimp. Oops. Yes, I know it's available. Create repository, nothing to be created in it. RISC OS 5 WindowManager. That will do. And then once we've created it, we can also tweak things. Okay, so in the Wimp, I'll try this again. RISC OS UK has asked what. I'm still confused with what we're doing. So let's just push this, and I can show you then. Remote adds GitHub. Git. And then push to GitHub. Push all. Can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. That may take a moment or two. Yeah, there we go. So this is the window manager, the one that was in RISC OS Open's repository. It's just I just cloned it over here. Excuse me. Okay. And in here we have a look in here, and we have a look in which one is it? Is it Wimp 3 or 5? I think it's 5. No, not in there. Go back. Let's try 3 then. So in here, no, come on, where's the template code? Come on. Go with 7 then, shall we? We'll just randomly guess. That's always a good plan. I'm sure I knew before. 9. Code merging into the existing window manager, yes, but we're going to be using merging it in as C code. This is the sprite handling, so that's not it. There's not a templates file, is there now? 10. Looks like tool sprites, icon borders, and then 9. RMA block, sprite list. Oh, come on. Right. Load template. Right. So why wouldn't load template? It's in 6. Of course it's in 6. Why wouldn't I think 6? It's the only one I didn't check. It's fine. So if we have a look in here, we've got a bunch of file access routines. Now that could be quite useful. And this is the open template call. So we're going to replace all of this code here with all the assembler that does stuff that we don't really want to have in assembler, because nobody wants to write an assembler. No, you don't. Even if you think you do, you don't. Right, so and then we're going to replace that code with all this C code here that does this stuff, that loads the modules, well, apart from the module and the main code. So those two are actually just for handling things here. We're going to handle it. All of this stuff is going to go into there. I'll show you how we do that. That's not going to be too difficult, honest. But first, we have to make the thing build. And one of the most important bits of this is that they've got quite different rules in their make files for how things work. And that's just AASM. Is it really an AASM module? I converted mine to Objasm so long ago because I don't want to use AASM. I sigh. Oh well, so it might take a bit more time. Yeah, and some of the resources may not quite work the same way, but this is all not a big deal anyway. All we want is just to get the actual repository building for now. So to get it built, first thing we're going to do is we're going to do move make git move makefile to be makefile dot rule. This is the rule makefile. Fine. RISC OS project. First thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new project. Not a command. We want a C module. No, we want assembler module. So an assembler module, and this is called Wimp. And that's it, really. Let's do that and see what happens. It will almost certainly not be correct. So now we need to open this directory so we can actually look at the code. Here we are. Right. So our new makefile here looks a little different. Not much. It's got different files in it, different content in it and things, but it's going to be very similar. It's actually quite different, it looks like. Fair enough, don't care. I'm not caring about what it does, it's mostly that it does stuff. Object is o.module, and I think actually we named this after the first file that we're going to import, which is usually called Wimp. It's usually called the name of the module, name of the thing, so o.wimp. There we go. Let's see if this builds. It will not build. Almost certainly it will fail. There we go. Ooh, missing end directive. Oh dear, what the heck? Missing end directive. That's been required for quite some time, and a whole bunch of header includes that can't be found. Okay, well that's not terrible, I suppose. I'll just have to do some substitutions to make those happen, I guess. VFE source support, OSI, OSMEM, and then an options file. Doesn't say what the options is. Okay. That's one of the includes. All right. So and then an end directive missing on CB task. CB task. Clipboard task. Ugh. Blooming stupid way of doing this. No matter. Go to the end. Yeah, they haven't got an end directive on there. I mean, that was required in the old Objasm and many others until apparently they've changed it, but it doesn't matter. I can always do that. Right, so we've got rid of one error. That's wonderful, I suppose. Now, let's have a see how we can do this, because I am sure this is going to be somewhat fiddly. It's almost certainly going to be fiddly. VFP support, RSI, read system info 6, ugh, and OS memory. Oh, collusion abounds. Let's have a see what we can do. Interesting that we don't have this. They must have moved this into a header declaration, I guess. I'm assuming that user if hasn't actually been defined. Well, that's all not too terrible. We can all manage some of these things. Right, let's have a look in Wimp, see what we've actually got in here. Yeah, so a bunch of these were working, but then we got as far as OSBytes and started failing. OSBytes. So there's OSBytes. Do I have an equivalent? Probably not. If I don't, then I almost certainly do not, in fact. And if I don't, then we can go and pinch one. Yeah, RISC OS shell. Let's have a look what we've actually got in here, shall we? So we have a look in RISC OS resources. Actually, locate OSByte. Do we have an OSByte? No. Do we have one with a different case? No, we don't. We only have the ones that are from OSLib. Fair enough. I mean, this is really a quite sensible thing to have, to be perfectly honest. So since we don't have one, I'll just confirm that we don't have one in here. Export header global. There's not words with a lowercase w. Fair enough. And the interface, please. And the interface, we don't have an OSBytes. No. All right, then let's go and find it. So I want to find a file that's called OSBytes somewhere in the RISC OS open repository. I'm going to bet that it's probably in the what's it called? It's in Programmer, isn't it? Programmer header source. Header source. Here we go. Let's have a see in here. Headers. This is the general exports. Here we are. We've got a. See, there we are. Lots of different exports. What we'll do is we'll just pinch them because it's open source. We can do this. Open raw, copy to clipboard. Excellent. So let's just find a header file. Why do we not have a header directory? There's header directory. Thank you very much. New file. So it's just for this. I mean, we can always get rid of it later. OSBytes. There we go. And so that's called OS words there. Very irritating that it isn't the same capitalization. Meh, not a big deal. What we do about that? What I'll do is I'll actually copy the file. I'll copy the file, same as I've done here, and we'll make that just another one in here. New file. Oh no! That I don't want the file name to be that. I want the file name to be OSWords. OSWord? OSWords. I don't like S suffixes on things, but then I've done it myself, so I can't really complain too much. Right, let's see whether this has helped. It's probably not, but we'll see whether it's helped. So, ammo. No, it hasn't. So the header path is still not getting these files. Well, okay, that's not terrible. What we can do is, what can we do? Let me think. So I want to get into header path. Come on, brain, what's the best way of doing this? No. Right, what we'll do is, I'm thinking, it's okay. I've got to find a way of getting it into the header path without changing the file. I don't want to change the file because then it's, okay. But in the interest of just making it easy, what I'm going to do is I am going to change the file because I don't want to hurt myself quite so much. And this will be trivial to go and fix up. So just for now, we'll just fix the file. Dot. There we go. And then we need to change the make file so that we actually define that. So make file. I give an example, opt equals plus rule source. Was it rule source? Rule source, there we go. Okay. So opts in my syntax will just set an option so it is defined early on. Yeah, I had a feeling that might happen. There's certain magic that has to be done to convince doing this, to convince Objasm to actually do things, which is very frustrating. How do we do this? It's sets, isn't it? Sets. Get all bytes. Ugh. At some point, I will harmonize the different functions, but I haven't got round to it. There we go. And then we can do the same thing for this. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. Copy that. Paste it there. Because I'm not rebuilding my build environment just to make this work right now, because that's going to be more involved. Get os bytes, get os words. All right, does that work? Oh, no, sorry, do I have to? I have to glitch. Sometimes I really like Objasm, and other times it is a pain in the behind. Declare it as a global string and declare it as a global string. There we go. Some spaces around that to make it nice and clear. It's all separate. Most of these things should be relatively easy, but yeah, as you say, Andrew, it's sometimes a little bit more difficult to do that. Oh dear me! Right, what we got here? Get us by the way. Still says. Oh, you have to do the dollar in there. Sorry, dollar. There we go. So it actually expands it into a thing, which then goes and gets executed. Is that right? Is that one right? Still saying it couldn't do it in s.wimp, line 69. Oh, yeah, I know why that is. In fact, maybe it was working before and I wasn't paying attention. It's that. I want it turned off. Andrew says his least favourite thing is when people use files and libraries with the same name that don't match with the versions you have in your own building environment. That is entirely true, and I'm sure my own environment and rules will have done similar things in different ways. I mean, Chris has already complained about that, but that's life, unfortunately. Header International, VFP support, read sysinfo, and options. Options equals quote. Options. Let's just pass options in, shall we? Is that how you do it? I can't remember. No, that's not how you do it. Options set s quote. Yeah, interesting. It's got very confused and can't include the sets quote in there. I wonder if I can make it work, force it to work by doing that. This is part of my translation that's gone wrong here. Now I need a double. Something like that. How about two of them? If we didn't get that working, then I'm just going to go and force it. All right, can't make that work. I will do it a different way, and we'll do it in here. Just do set L, no, set S, sorry, quote, and GBLS. Options, can't spell. Options. I wonder if that's because I should have comma separated them rather than anything else. I probably should have comma separated. That's probably what it was. Right, international not being found and VFP support. Well, we're not going to have VFP support in here. So VFP is there. Read sysinfo. Now, let's temporarily just comment these out and see where we start to fail, because I'm sure we'll be able to sort it out. And then the next thing is, oh, we couldn't get this ASCII uppercase. I wonder if that ASCII uppercase is actually in the international file. It might be. Let's just check it's not here and we're missing it. In S&H. No, it's not. So let's have a look in our environment and have a see whether it's in there. grep ASCII underscore in slash RISC OS resources export. Oh, recursively. No, we don't have that. So that must be defined in one of their header files. So easiest thing for me to do is to, oops, let's jump out of here. Look at the Wimp that I've got and see what the definition is, because in fact this macro should be really quite simple. It should be very simple. /projects RISC OS, not Pyro, modules, desktop Wimp. That's where I want to look. Here's the Wimp, and if we have a look, so the lines we were looking at was Wimp 01, and there's a comment saying this is safe. It's fine. It must be safe. This is safe. No, apparently it's not good enough. Let's have a look for upper, because there was an uppercase macro in the dim past. No, it's not finding that. All right, so what are we looking at then? I've frozen again. Oh, staring into space. Hold on. Come on, magic back. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not having a lot of luck with the camera this morning, am I? Today, rather. Right, so I was looking for, not in Wimp, I want Wimp 01. Right, we're looking for ASCII underscore uppercase. There we go. In scan for params. Oh, this is the set mode from specify. Oh my lord. This is all the code I ripped out and put into the kernel because it was common. Set mode from specifier isn't even present. Interesting. Is it possible that this has been moved? In fact, it probably has been moved because it's not. This code just doesn't make a lot of sense these days. Get eigenfactors. What else is around here? Wimp set mode. Wimp set mode. Yeah, because Wimp set mode has become much simpler. But it's also not in this file. Where do we think it might be? Newswise? Nope. Interesting. I don't know if I've moved it or if they have. I mean, I suspect it was me that moved it because I've been pretty aggressive in moving some things around. Ooh. I don't know what happened there. I jumped a bit far. 8, 9, 10. Nope, it's not in any of the Wimp files. Are you going to make me search for this? Commands. Wimp set mode. Oh, there we go. There's some bits. Here we are. It's in the commands file, which, if we look in here, doesn't exist. So I've created a commands file that's put all the commands in it, and the entire implementation of it is now decode mode string, recount grays. That's it. That's the entire implementation of Wimp set mode. Right, anyway, so that's one part that we're going to need to fix up. 9 has also got this. ASCII uppercase. Hang on, why are you not finding that? Come on. I don't want it case sensitive. Oh, it's lowercase in here. Of course it will be. Why wouldn't it be different there? Right, okay, check sprite names. Which is the, yeah, okay, so let's pull this one up here again. And we'll have a look for this. Check sprite names. Not underscored. C, check sprite names, because I've moved it into C code. Here we are. So the macro here is called lowercase. Fair enough. So we can fix that up. You know what might be easier, rather than putting my specials in here, let's put them into a new file. Compat. Wimp compat. Let's just call it Wimp compat, and we'll put things that we want in here. So we want a macro called ASCII uppercase. Oh no, sorry. Dollar label ASCII uppercase R1, R2. And that all that should do is call lowercase R1, R2 with dollar label there, please. And we'll do the same for, oh no, it doesn't. No, it calls uppercase. We could get some very weird effects if we do that. And this one is lowercase, and I've got my capitalization wrong, because that should also be. So that's a sensible rename of the macro there. That's not too bad. And then finally, at the end of this, we just call get wimp. Oh, sorry, get s.wimp, sorry. And then we change the make file so that it uses my make file first. So wimp compat. Then I'm changing less of of their source code. RISC OS ammo. Right, so that should be some of these bits made happier. Okay, so we've got some divrams. Still got this international one. Why do I not have something from the international code? Is that shall? Let's have a quick look. Grep. No, don't grep. Locate Interneti. No. Discuss resources. Export header interfaces. I haven't exported the international module. Or there's something extra in there. Okay, well for now I'm just going to comment it out and see whether we can cope without it. Yeah, back to the top. Whee! Lots of bits up here. No, not Wimp. I want Wimp, sorry. Get rid of Internatio. Internatio. Right. And then try building it again. No, out here. Build again. Okay, so we've got lots of things failing. That's fine. User if. Okay, we'll set user if to Ursula, I suspect. I don't think. RISC OS shall. Oops, can't spell. End user. Yeah, we don't have a user if in this. Well, fair enough. We'll just create one probably should have put one in here, but it doesn't matter. I don't use UserIF very often because it's actually a pretty awkward thing to be using a lot of the time. Right, so I want to put this in Wimp compat, don't I? So same as options, sets UserIF. This is user interface. We'll call it Ursula for now. Out of here and into the build again. I wonder if my build actually is working in here. So I do use RISC OS build environment. There we go, yeah. Too many actual parameters. Ooh, that's interesting. Div rem, no remainder. So I'm assuming that div rem's slightly different in my macros. So I meant shell. Maybe I should leave a terminal in the shell so I can do this much more easily. Maybe I'll do that. RISC OS shell. So this is going to be my terminal for looking in the build environment. RISC OS resources. Prep -r for div rem. In macros, yeah. So it doesn't appear to have that final macro on value on there. What's going to be the easiest way to do this? Because I can't easily change that global macros file because that's in the build environment. Now, Andrew says he's feeling better and back to work properly. Getting some coding done next week, gasp. 3 weeks to go before the show and the ideal time to start a new project and try and get it released. Clearly, yeah. I mean, that is the way things go, isn't it? Yeah, why not? So I'm still trying to work out how to do this. I'm not really sure. Really not quite sure because I don't think you can redefine a macro. If you redefine a macro, it's an error. That's frustrating. Okay, so what we'll do then is we will just replace them with. Shall I replace them? I really want to go and I'll probably pinch their div rem macros so that this actually continues to work, but for now let's just replace them because I don't think the no rem is needed in here. A lot of this is problematic in the clipboard. The rest of it is pretty much the same. Yeah, the rest of it looks pretty much like it's just the Wimp 10. Wimp 5, okay, so a few in here. Okay, so what we're going to do then is something. So this was in global macros. So if we ever look in global macros here, we'll be able to see what their macro is. So I can probably try and define it in here. Let's see what happens if you try and double define a macro. I'm pretty sure it fails. Div rem. Oh. It says it's not in this file. That's rather curious, although it does say it's here. Why did that search not? Oh, because it. Frustrating differences between browser. Yeah, here we go. So div rem, we'll just stick this macro in here and we'll see what happens. It's I expect this will fail. Oh, that was the right thing, was it? I don't want to be in the shell here. I want to be just building. Andrew says he has bad ideas. Ideas have a bad habit of happening when you're not expecting them. I understand that. Right, macro already exists, so yeah, that's failing. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do divrem new in here, and then we'll go and do a lot of replacement on everything. So the easiest way to do this is for s in s/star sed -I. So I'm doing an in-place replacement of all of the instances of divrem and replacing them with divrem new. I want to do that in the $s file, and then we're done. Illegal byte sequence. What? Oh, there's also a divrem s as well. Did I miss that? There's divrem, and it looks like there's a divrem s. Divrem s? Not found. That's really interesting, isn't it? Oh, because it's actually defined. Oh, a separate macro is defined here inside the tiling 3D file. Okay, so that one there shouldn't be new. Actually, just that, and then there. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it also means that all divrem s need to be new s need to be replaced with just the plain divrem s and put them back to the old style. There we go. All right, now we'll try building it. And I think that said probably failed somewhere, didn't it? Divrem new unknown opcode. Hang on, didn't I add it into here? Divrem new. Yeah, that's what happens when you do global search and replace. Right. No ARMVE is not defined. Okay. No ARMVE. Apparently it's only defined in here, so let's just quickly define that as a logical operator. GBLL no ARMVE. I mean, it's arguable I could import part of their environment, but equals equals. They've changed the syntax so that equals equals is supported, and now they're using it. How are we going? It doesn't know the opcode udiv. Maybe I forgot to define it as being false. No ARMVE. Hang on. Should be true. Is it true or true? I can't remember. I cannot remember how you're meant to write it. So let's see. Lowercase then? No, I didn't think it was like that common. I'm confused now. I thought. I thought true and false had to be in square braces like that, or like that. I'll try that, see what that does. It'll probably say no. True, capital letters. Expected string, oh, because it's not assessed, it's a global L. Of course, it says it here in the command line. That's how you're meant to use it. Right, so we're still using this udiv. Oh, elif, as oh, they've also used the elif macro. Else is that, isn't it? Hang on, let me get my context right here. All of this is the else for this one. I really wish I'd implemented elif, but I never got around to doing it because it didn't seem especially useful, as I don't really want to be writing assembler code. Right, there we go. That'll look sort of like the right thing. Trying to change the squash sprite to the welcome banner. It sadly freezes on startup. Don't know what's up with that. Possibly it doesn't set the sprite pool, because that was something we had to do. That was talking about the desktop banner. RISC OS UK has tried adding that. Right, so we've still got some bits wrong here. This is where it was failing with the it said the sed command complained that it was a bad regular expression. That's probably because they've included some top bit set characters in here. So we'll just do it manually inside Wimp05. So we'll look at Wimp05, shall we? Wimp05 here. And what do we do with it? We just want to go and do a global replace of div rem or div rem new. Replace all. And we're down to just a few now. This is because, I don't know why this is clipboard flex space. Why is that not coming up? Correct minus R in everywhere. It's in s.clipboard. So if you notice here, this is a thing, and they're saying add it, but it's actually an indexed operation. So this, it's treating as a register. And it's treating as a register symbol because it's not, it should be an immediate. So let's go and fix that. Comma clipboard. So all of those places where we've got comma clipboard flex space should be replaced with comma clipboard flex space, but with a hash there. Okay, replace all those and that will give us the correct syntax. Now they're all coming out okay, we can build, and drum roll please. Still doesn't work. Oh dear. Undefined symbol, module flags 32-bit. Okay, I don't know how we define that in our system, but ooh, that's odd. We've got, oh, that's where sed went wrong. Let's just delete that. Yeah. Right, Wimp compat. Screen mode reason. What? So they've got the reason mode string to specifier, and yet they're still doing all those things in. That's very strange. Right, the 32-bit flag was value 1 shifted left 0. I thought this was in mod hand. RISC OS kitten header colon mod hand. Is 32-bit safe is what I've defined it to be. Well, in which case then what we'll do is we'll actually define this as mod flags is 32-bit safe. So it's defined to be the one that we actually got in our headers. It's fair enough. Right, so still failing. Actually, what we'll do is we'll do the build in here, and then we can see jump to the right lines. Oh, seg fault. We seg faulted it. How did we seg fault it? That's impressive. Did it actually write out a file even though it's errored a lot? That looks like a broken part of Objasm then, because it should always delete the file if it didn't create it. How very weird. Well, we will just try again. Build here. There we go. Now, what's our failures? Header portable. Undefined symbol. Oh, I'm exporting stuff that isn't valid. That's nasty. Okay, well, in which case then we'll just make it not use the portable stuff for now. Just for ease. Portable. There we go. Comment out the portable file, and then we can just define the headers somewhere else. So there we go. Build it again. Oh, no, it still failed. Interesting. That's very frustrating. It should really have deleted that. RISC OS ammo. We'll have to do it through this. Right. Actually, I still want to be able to get it with the. Let's just shut that up. Disable for 2 hours, please. Thank you very much. Build. A little bit less on this. Right, first error. If true. So here's the set mode from specifier one that I was complaining about. This is actually like mode string to specifier, blah, blah, blah. All of these are the ones that should be in screen mode or something. I'm not sure. Let's go over to the shell and find it. Export header interface OS screen mode. So mode string to specifier is decode mode string. So we can just define that. Mode selector max size. Do we have one of those? Apparently not. See if there's one in here. Or screen mode, not defined in this one. So let's go up and see if it's in the. No, they haven't got anything else in here, just those. Which implies that it's probably going to be in the kernel. So let's have a look. Go into new header, please. This one here. Go to kernel. Kernel, where's kernel gone? Kernel. Header, please. Screen mode isn't in there. I don't know where it would be defined then. Meh, fair enough. We'll just define some values for it. I mean, it doesn't have to be completely accurate. Oh, let me just check if there's a mode selector anywhere, because it might be in VDUX or something. Mode selector. I might have defined it in something else. No. Mode selector max size. Strictly, mode selector max size. What do you think it could be? It's something like 4 times 7 entries plus 2 times the maximum number of mode variables that you can set, which I think is 15, plus 4 for the terminator. Something like that. That should certainly be big enough that we'll not have a problem. Well, I hope so anyway. Right, build. Still broken. Undefined symbol. Oh, because by this point we haven't actually defined it. Bother. Oh, actually, probably not because we haven't defined it, probably because we never included that file. Or screen mode. Yeah, it's not included at all. So get header colon os screen mode. Now we'll build that. It's going to give me segfault again, isn't it? Oh no, we got a bit further. Oh, IRQ semaphore. Oh my lord. And domain ID. Domain ID is probably necessary. Legacy IRQ semaphore. So I don't know what those values are, but we just happen to have the file right here. So in the interest of just getting things working, we will just include it in our header directory. New file. Os. Wasn't what I meant to do. I didn't know what I did there, but it was interesting. RSI6. Because the kernel source is still dependent on having 10-character file names, because we don't move forward in this world. Right, so I need to include that file, don't I? Which means I need to do the other magic thing again. Inside here, there's this one. We're probably going to need to do that for the os mem as well. Come on. What I'll do is I'll grab these files so that they can actually be included directly and then in the environment, and that will make things a lot easier. It'll be a heck of a lot easier if we had a exported build environment that was actually like importable into other systems. But no big deal. I mean, I've not done the same myself, so I can't complain too much. I suppose that's what they intended to do with the binary build environment, but then that's not been kept up, unless it has been kept up and I've not seen it. Anybody know if the binary build environment is actually exported somewhere, so we can actually like use parts of it in this system? Unknown or wrong type of what? Oh, that's because I didn't set the. You've got to do one of these as well, haven't you? And of course, you've actually got to invoke it as well. Yeah, that'll do. So I'm probably going to have to do the same with mem as well. Legacy IRQ SEMA. I wonder where that would be. Find file. I don't want to find a file. I want to find something in here. Let's see. Legacy IRQ SEMA. Couldn't find anything in there. Well, bother. Okay, let's have a see if it's in. Oh, IRA. Yeah, IRA is something very different. There we go. It's 1008 in public WUS. And there's another one after that, legacy domain ID. Actually, let's look at this file because it's probably got the others in. Oop, no, didn't mean to click on that. Legacy FF8, yeah, that was at FF8. Horrid thing. Sorry, FF8. What else? DA reason return free pages. Hang on, isn't that in header din area? Return free. Yeah, it's in din area, interface for din area. Din area. Because it's a dynamic area call. But however, they've called it DA reason return free pages. And that should be DA reason. Oh, hang on, return. Is it? Oh no, they're distinctly different things. Oh, okay, that's interesting. And that was in OSMEM. OSMEM, which would be in here, I guess. Congratulations on fixing whatever it was. Header, sorry. OSMEM, here we go. No, not in there. Dave Bell device. Okay. What? Or device bell? Oh, don't know what that is. Could actually be the switching mailbox, I guess. Anyway, what I was looking for was the din area handling, which wasn't being found. So let's have a look for return free pages. Apparently this is DA reason 27 because it was in OSMEM and I missed it. Oops, wrong one. Okay, try again. F4. Din area, run type of Google. Oh dear. Oh, maybe it is one that we have. No, it's fine. Let's have a look. No, it can't be one that we have because what's actually the error here? Sorry. Unknown or one type of global. Oh, opt isn't set because you have to import list opts first, don't you? Oh. All right, let's do this as a bit of magic further down here then. In place of OSMEM. Not also, it's OSMEM. type. Oh, this is very tedious. But at the end of the day, we'll get something that works, I expect. $get os mem. Ooh, I've defined these in capitals elsewhere, haven't I? gbls get os mem. Undefined symbol. It looks like they've actually defined it in the same way that I did. That's interesting. Although, undefined symbol, which symbol was it? Yeah, you're not going to tell us which one it is. And portable read features not present. Fair enough. Speed, because we haven't got portable. Didn't we import portable? Oh, portable wouldn't import, that's right. It couldn't handle 32-bit. So the RISC OS UK said they couldn't handle 32-bit colors. It's probable that you need to. They probably haven't called color trans get table or whatever it is, and it's using the standard translation for 32-bit. It's possible that if you try the same thing but in a 4-color mode, it may not work as well. So I suspect. I mean, I don't know what happens in RISC OS Select in that case, because I didn't generally use 32-bit modes back then. So these Wimp text selections apparently aren't defined. So let's have a see where they are, whether we have got them in here at all. Wimp text selection in dot. No, we haven't got anything in here. Let's have a see whether there's anything in the header file, shall we? There's nothing in the Wimp area there. So in which case then, is there something not in here that we can find that's Wimp text selection? Oops, no. Header Wimp. Oh, okay, yeah. RISC OS AMU export. I need to export that header file. Comments on here is that one machines are 1080p but still use crap sprites, limited alpha blending. You can change the icon set in Select to any color mode without any issues. RISC OS 5 didn't support icon sprites above 16-bit until 5.28. I guess they have limited space available for sprites in the banner and drop color depth to reduce the RAM requirements. Yeah, it's quite reasonable. I mean, also the banner wasn't quite so. Yeah. So I need to get this header out, don't I? To export it. Which is probably just a small change to the header here, because I want to do exports. I want to export the component, and then I want to export the component. There we go. Export. And now can we build it? Probably not. I got my seg fault again. What did I say about this being dead easy to make work? I said it probably wouldn't be dead easy, I know, but still has undefined symbol. That's really frustrating. I'm annoyed by that. That probably means that the header isn't defined properly. Okay, so temporarily, I'm going to just make add this into our compat folder, file rather. Rather frustrating, but let's do it anyway. And that is almost certainly a bug in my environment. There's Wimp compacts gone. Here we are. Let's put those in there. Build again. Jump to the first failure. Yeah. Right. Let's turn Stalk off. So all of this portable stuff we can get rid of because I haven't imported the portable files. Let's just turn it off. So I'm doing this with Ursula. Let's create a new file. This is the compat. I'm just going to call this compat. I don't know a better name for it. Actually, no, I do have a better name. Let's call it Gerph. Because then it will make it really clear that these are my settings. And we are turning off we're turning off Stalk. I mean, that it can be made to build, I'm sure. It's not true. It's just going to be for this one. Handling of RISC OS 4 extensions is R04. Fair enough. And can tile manually. I have no idea if we left those on there, but handling of portable module. There we go. Oh, I didn't need to do export, did I? Just need to build it. Do a build. Make file would not open. Oh, because I'm in the wrong place. Yeah. There. Now it's seg faulted. Go away. Are you loving this? Is it really exciting? Where are we going wrong then? Hang on, I thought I was turned Stalk. Oh, yeah, that's because we're not defining options as being Gerph. Let's go do that. User interface, Gerph. Delete the file just in case it didn't work. Hang on. Oh, so we still get some of the portable bits anyway. Oh, that's just irritating. In which case then I'm going to leave Stalk enabled and I'll just add in the relevant sections. So RISC OS kitten portable. There we go. All we care about is Morris support. Shouldn't be set. Still got some IOMD stuff in here. Horrid things. Oh, we'll probably also need the portable control stuff, don't we? Let's just stick that lot in a file called portable. There we go. All right, and we'll do the nasty hack again. Where's portable gone? Up there. Okay. GBLS get portable. Get portable sets. Otherwise, portable dot portable and a bracket there, and then invoke it. Ugh, very ugly, isn't it? Oh, go away. Yeah, it's a very frustrating one. I will need to look into Objasm for that, because that is really stupid. Okay, oh yeah, you need to actually tell it what thing to define, rule source. There's a question for me. Sorry, let me just get this started to build. Question for Gerph about select. Is there a way to change the name on the owner banner? It's programmed into the Flash. It's programmed into the Flash so that it's configurable. So it's not configurable because that was your Flash. It was a feature you could pay for. However, if you're using it as a regular user, soft loading it, you can modify the ROM image and the end section. The ROM trailer is documented somewhere, and it allows you to change what that field is. It's basically OS read sysinfo 9 or something that calls it. I mean, you can always replace OS read sysinfo 9 and make it do something different, but yeah, that's the only way you can replace that. Right, did that build? No, it didn't. We've got Puddle feature speed. I missed one. Let's find feature speed and put that in as well. Feature speed. There we go. Those three there. Put it into here. Nearly an hour and a half, and I've still not got the blooming thing to build. Oh, me. Right. Mode flag non-graphic. Isn't that in VDUX or something? I thought it was. Grep mode flag in dots. VDUX, yeah. Not RVVT wobbly bits. Love it. Read variable value T table. I don't know what that is. The definition is pretty weird, but that's an odd one. They've not included that. VDUX. There's VDUX. Mode flags. RISC OS kitten flag. Oh really? Do we call them flag? That's, yeah, it should be mode flags. That. Yeah, that's because it's got a bad name. I'll grant them that. That's pretty sensible. Very sensible, in fact. So where was the failure? Mode select to mode vars. I don't know that one either. Let me just go back to where I was. It was this one, wasn't it? Mode flag non-graphic. Yeah, right. We'll just go and tweak that in compat. So mode flag non-graphic is just flag non-graphic. Horrible. I don't know why that's like that. That's very, very ugly. F4, then mode select to mode vars. That's the offset of the mode vars. Ugh. I don't know where that is off the top of my head. It'll be in VDUX, which will be is it in here? Yeah, VDUX is in here. So this file, please. Yeah, they're sensible. Ah, they removed the bar wobbly bits, which is quite sensible. VDUX. Oh, I don't know what VDUX is. quite an old function, I imagine, but I don't know what that would do. What am I looking for? I forgot what I'm looking for already. Mode selector definitions. Here we are, mode selector definitions. Ooh, nice. Yeah, let's pinch that. Oh, and there's my max size that I was trying to define earlier. So our max size is this one here. Quick check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, not 7 entries. And then any number of the mode variables. And mode vars number, num mode vars is not listed here. Can't see where num mode vars is set. We'll define this one down here anyway. And get rid of that one. I just need to find where num mode vars is. Num mode vars. Come on, where's that? Is that number. Does that mean that's set in here? Num mode vars is set, yeah, so that's okay. Right, let's build that and see whether that gets us any further. Got some bits here from RAM transmit values. Okay, that's stuff we can try and work out. We'll find the first bit where we're failing. Actually, first bit where we're failing, press F4. MS dragging flags. Okay, this is message stuff. MS dragging. I don't think that those are anywhere in here. Nope. So presumably they're in here. MS dragging. Recurse. Not in here. So where would that be? Oh, yeah, I'm a little confused as to where that would be. Do we think it would be in here? Let's have a MS dragging. Messages. Well, fair enough, we'll just define those. Where's dragging gone? Here we go. Into compat, please. Is it in messages? Messages wasn't defined here. Okay, here we are. Stick it in here. MS data may not be defined. Let's have a see if we die on that. Well, I don't know if we actually do have that. Undefined symbol MS data. Yeah, fair enough. So that's going to be 20 then. Just confirm that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values. 5 times 4 is 20. Still failing. Mode flag grayscale palette. I don't think I call it that in my. So this is mode flag up here. It's got a different name. It's got kitten in VDUX. Grey palette it's called, and it's just flag grey palette. Okay. Next one. Oh, VFP support. Can we turn this off? No, we can't. Well, that's interesting. Well, in which case then, let's just trundle over and find VFP support, because I'm sure we should be able to find that. Sources, open a new tab. It'll be in hardware support. It'll be somewhere in here. VFP There we go, VFP support. We just need to find the header file now. Header, VFP support, copy file. Up here. I mean, if anybody's exceptionally bored at this, then I'm very sorry. VFP support. Meh. We'll see whether it includes, it might not. But we'll need to do our magic switch for VFP support down here. Here we are, VFP support. It's one of these. Actually, it's closer to this one, isn't it? VFP support. We haven't even got onto the bit of actually like integrating it, which is going to be much simpler by comparison. And you guys probably have all got an environment that works. No, VFP support, all capital letters, please. There we go. Nope, didn't mean to do that. I meant to do a build in here. Yeah, delete the file. Almost time for a break. I want to get this to build at least. If I can get it to build, then that'll be good. Ah, I've included the wrong blooming thing, haven't I? It should be VFP support there. See, it would be very rare for somebody to need to do this sort of thing, but if you do, then, well, at least you know. Oh dear, that's not very good. SWI class VFP SWI name. Not defined. VFP support SWI base. I don't know what the SWI base is. I mean, wouldn't you actually like define it in here, because that's the exported header file, so that it's that is a general problem with RISC OS source, is that it's all interdependent all over the place. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? Oh, Richard. We're not going to have spaces anymore. Where we're going, we don't need no spaces. Something like that. Right, so where do I find this? I'll find this in Newswise, or whatever the file's called in here. Header. New errors. SWIs. VFP support SWI is that chunk, and the base is that. Okay, so stick the base in there. Anything else we can fix? Error base. So we also need to go into new errors as well. There we go, that's that one. And vector floating point as well, which will be a abort regions and then pyro. That makes sense to me. Good. At least I knew where it was going to be. Here we are. It's in the high error block area because it is a hardware error. So when a VFP error happens, you want to promote it into being a hardware error, so that it's known what it is. There's no GBLS there. Oh, GBLS, it should already have been defined, shouldn't it? Let's build it again. Okay, where's our next error? Mode flag data format mask. Ugh. And then this is the alpha channel handling and oh. Okay, let's pop into the kernel, which is this one here, and it's this one here, isn't it? Yeah. So we're looking for these chunks here. Oh, lots of them, lots and lots of them. So there, please copy that, paste it into our compat file. Yeah, then build. Still failing. Mode flag 64K. Because overloading it like that is a good plan. Do that there. Next failure. Mode flag full palette. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's incredibly difficult to work out what the actual depth of a sprite is in the RISC OS 5. It's really quite hard. Undefined, what? Bad second pointer. Interesting. That's a new error? RISC OS kitten. New errors. Less. No room to insert. No room to insert. So what were they doing? Bad second pointer. No room to merge, then bad second pointer. Crap second pointer. Yes, there were some things like that. Fine, we can alias that one. Not a terrible problem. Yeah, all right. Oh, I did a build rather than. So this is error number. Right, crap second pointer is error number sprite bad second pointer. There we go. No more results. Looks like there's a lot of failures in it, but didn't show me them. What we got? Undefined symbol. Service Wimp tool sprites changed. Okay, and into UCS table. Okay, we can pinch those. Wimp extend max. Hang on, isn't that meant to be in Wimp extend? Oh, there isn't a Wimp extend. Here, I've got a Wimp extend that defines all the Wimp extend values, or at least the ones that were present at the time. Sigh. All right, so we'll just create a Wimp extend file and we'll get that as well. New file. Copy, paste. Go down here. Right, and then that should be includable as Wimp extend in here somewhere. Yeah, we should just be able to get Wimp extend. Do we have any gets in here? We do. There's a get header.wimp extend build. Was it this the reason you decided to use the RISC OS 5 window manager and not the select one? Yes, so it should be usable for 5 people. It's just about, yeah, what Andrew says. It's about trying to show people this is actually able to be built in, and not just that I can build in a bit of C code, but I can make the old RISC OS Wimp, or say the RISC OS 5 Wimp, work in GitHub, because this will be buildable in GitHub and be producible out there. In theory, if I can get it to work. Which is getting increasingly frustrating. Right, so what do we have here? We got Wimp extend failing for some reason. Why did it fail? Why has it gone there? Multiple device. Hang on, what? Do we include Wimp extend? Does Wimp extend somewhere else? Exist somewhere else? Sorry, I'm getting confused. Wimp extend. No, that's not there. This file here, Wimp extend, and I imported it by doing a get header.wimp extend. Oh, I genuinely don't know what went wrong there. I'll just have a look at this. Right. It's wandered off into header::wimp extend, not header.wimp extend. Why? Maybe there is a Wimp extend, an include Wimp extend somewhere. Hang on, what? Grep Wimp extend. Get header. So it's only my include there. How about header? Oh, so okay. So header Wimp does that. Defines some. And I've duplicated some. So, all right, so let's just remove that for now. We don't actually need that. We just need to define the new things. And work out why it's not working. Might mean I just need to move some things around. Right, what we got as our failures. Service Wimp tool sprites changed. Okay, so if we have a look in services, Wimp tool sprites moved. I'm assuming that's the same thing. It must be. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Wimp 10. Tool sprites moved. There we go. So yes, it's the same variable, but just with a different name. Oh, joy. Is there anything more fun than just dealing with diverging, whatever they're called, source? If none of them work, then I would suggest reporting an error on the mailing list. So Nitrex says that none of the OSLib's Wimp extend calls work. They all put on the input reason rather than the return value. It's probably just a simple mistake in the definition, and nobody's used it or reported it. certainly some people on there do pay attention, and I'll be fixing things if I see them. Yeah, I can have a look later, I guess, because of course that will have been propagated into my 64-bit ones as well. I expect into UCS table. I don't know what that is. Need to find it inside international. Sources. Come on, here we go. In sources, internet, international. Header, please. Internatio. There we go. Right, let's just define all those values. Don't know why they're not defined as a list. That would be quite a bit better, but Wimp compat. Just shove them here. Build. Now where are we going wrong? Multiply defined or incompatible symbol. Oh, what? Okay. So apparently it's in services in my file. That's really dumb. So let's just delete all of those, because those are probably the only ones we're going to need. Oh, and into highest will be different as well, won't it? Yes, we can get rid of that as well. Build. Oh no, something else has gone wrong. What is it? Define UCS is apparently defined. Hang on, isn't that the one that it was saying it had problems with? Oh no, it was UCS table it had problems with. I can see down here we've got drag claim flags, so I'm going to have to look at that as well. This is all the dragging stuff that was in whatever file I was looking at. Where was it? Where was that? I don't know where that was in the end. MS dragging. It was in messages, wasn't it? That's right. And messages was in here. Messages is in here, yeah. So MS dragging. Oh no, drag claim. Just want to dump these next to this. 20, semicolon was that. That. Hey, rebuild. Wimp extend max. Yeah, so they've not defined them as separately max low and max high. That's fine. I'll just go and redefine that. So I do that is max low, like that. Come on, I want my break. Well, I want you to build and then we can. Oh, RAM transmit is apparently in here as well. Oh, gosh. See, this is why I definitely would not have put any part of the clipboard handling into the window manager, because it's just so much extra stuff to do in assembler. I mean, fine if you like writing assembler, but if you could have written it in a bit of C code in a little module task, and it would have been just as functional. I mean, even handle it through a Wimp extend registration or something if you wanted to, but just move it out of the blooming assembler. Yeah, again, I'm being ranty. Don't like things being in assembler. Just so very pointless. Sorry, guys. Wimp extend get validation string. Yeah, that one is probably called something different, isn't it? Oh, interesting. Wimp extend get validation string. It's in there. It's not one of mine. Why did it fail? Sorry, I've misunderstood why it failed. Come on. Yeah, well, I'm trying to imagine it at that point in the future when we've got a lot of this stuff finished and handled. Saying it can't undefined symbol, but it's in the Wimp file. Oh, I'll just define it in here. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Get validation string, it's 14. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 14, where's 13? NC error pointer suspended. Oh, is a point, that was it. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do with that then. I think we should be getting down to the data transfer stuff now. Data request. Oh, that still didn't do it. Is that because... That's because this file isn't actually the one I should be using. I should be putting it into here because that Wimp extend file isn't used. Oops, missed me star off there. Star. Right, I think we're just down to the last bits now. Data request file types end, that's this bit here. Nope, I want to be in here. Again, 20. Data build and dun, 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 dun. Still doesn't work. Message data request and sprite suffix role minus oh piece. Let's just pinch the code. It'll be easier. There we go. They don't handle color mapping. Does that mean that you can't tint icons in RISC OS 5? That must be frustrating. Or maybe it isn't frustrating, maybe people just don't care. I mean, it is a particularly special thing that you might want to do, but RISC OS UK says correct. Sigh, right. Right, so I've got my max as wrong here, so I need to go and just check what we've actually got in here. We need to set max to be 14. 15 maybe, I'm not sure. And we need to handle whatever message data request is. Which is that one there, 16. Still unhappy with that. Was it 14 then? Nope. Okay, let me go back to the file. What is in here? Wimp extend 15 is read slot, and then max is the next. Oh, next must be 16 then. Let's put read slot in there as well, 15. Must be 16. Read slot is read slot size. Hang on, what? Why is that a? Oh, I bet. Oh. No, I don't know what that is. Read slot size seems a odd thing to have. I don't actually understand. Wimp read slot size. Okay. Extend. What was it? 16? 15. Extend. Read slot size. And if it's the same maybe as that when called with -1. However, the units are in pages instead of bytes. Allows you to accurately return values over 2 gigabytes. Yeah, I guess. I mean, couldn't you just like check whether that's -1 and use the same interface? Anyway, we have a module. We have a module. That is somewhat surprising, isn't it? It's like quite shocking. So now we want to try and run it. RPCMU 5. No, that's me building it. Building RPCMU is a bit of a pain in the behind. The current directory into shared. Yeah, that sounds good. And let's do it. Not RPCMU, sorry. Screen sharing. Connect. Okay, so this is a bog standard, as in quite old, RISC OS 5. And as you can see, it's got stuff in it. It's running. However, it's not running my Wimp. So now we want to shut the machine down. Shut down and drop to a command line. Where's my command line gone? Does RISC OS 5 not let you drop to a command line after you reboot? After you shut down? That is irritating. So how do you actually exit the desktop? Is there no way to exit the desktop? Go to switch. There isn't an exit desktop option. This is a lot. Right. Rename to boot2. Bad rename. No, it's not. That's a perfectly valid rename. Shut up. This is shell CLI. That'll be why whoever it was saying something about shell CLI. This is the command line. Bad rename. No, it's not. Oh, it might be. Bad rename. They're in mapped directories, aren't they? Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, in fact, I'm seeing the error message here. Invalid cross-device link. Bother. How do I do this? Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Copy as boot2. Yeah, okay, don't worry. Good gosh, there's a lot in there. This is an installed system, so start configure no boot. Hadn't thought of that. That is a very good point, Andrew. Let's have a see if we can do that. F12, configure no boot. Okay. I'll just let this continue and finish. Hopefully we'll oh gosh. Oh, we're finished. Okay. So I've got a second copy of boot. Let's reboot, shall we? Restart. Thanks, Andrew. At least somebody here knows what they're doing. Shared. Right. In shared. rm load rm.wimp. Oh, sorry, no. rm load rm32.wimp. 32-bit version. Now, pling boot. Pling boot not found. Oh, $. Pling boot. Ooh, hasn't crashed yet. Hasn't crashed yet. I don't know if that's any different. I have no idea if that's any different. Help window. WindowManager 587, 22nd of April. Is that what we built? I'm not really sure. Version 87, 20th of April. Oh, that's our version. That's our one. All right. Exit desktop is in the menu with the tasks in Switcher. Really? So I can exit here, but okay. Inconsistency. Yes, putting purple into the templates to show that it's a different version is a good idea. Or something like that. But this has loaded it, so that's cool. So, now. What we can do is just I can't edit any files in here, can I? I can't edit the boot filing system. Oh, this was I've done this really badly. I should have done something different in how I booted this, because at the moment it's actually difficult for me to inject the window anything into it because of how it's set up. Okay, so in which case then let us do a little bit different. So that's fine. We can shut this. I'm not actually sure what the best thing is to do here. I may have to just configure it as no boot, and then yeah, I don't want to shut. I do want to exit desktop each time, don't I? That's what I need to do, and then I can load it. Actually, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Right, give me edit. Oh God, I hate when you're using edit. So rm load $.shared.rm32.wimp pling boot, and we'll call this S for start. Oh, sorry, apologies. S, and then set type as obey. Okay, so now if we exit to desktop, sorry, shut down and restart. And then we do S, and then we start up with our new window manager, and then we get the right size screen. Okay. Righty. I will need to make some changes to how the window manager, not the window manager, this RPCMU works, because now using it, I find it's not as useful as I'd like. But we can do something with that, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. However, it is now a lot later than I wanted to, so what I'm going to do is, excuse me, going to take a break, and then we can start looking at actually doing some integration work. Actually, just before we do a break, what we'll do is we will commit some of this code. So git status, git add hdr s options makefile, git commit as a compatibility with the RISC OS build environment. Lots of pain making this work with my build environment. Yay. Right, there we go. Add sorry, RISC OS project. Actually, we'll do this very quickly. RISC OS project, create git. So this is git maintenance files. Status. Git add.gitignore. So I've got some extra C files, very similar to their ones, just different definitions. Commit as a. Add the. How did you build 0.9.5 for Mac? This isn't on a Mac. This is running on RPC. This is running under Docker. So this is Linux. I'll show you in a second. So I didn't need to do anything special. Add the gitignore files. Right. So if you have a look at the command line here, you'll see I've just done docker run this there, and then I use the screen sharing to VNC onto that system, and that lets me run RPCMU from the RISC OS Direct Edition. Docker hub Gerph. That's exactly the one. So instructions are here. Let's show you how to use it. Just have a Docker installed and it works. The Docker image that's installed in there is I believe I've made it a dual ARM and Intel version, so it should work on modern Macs as well. So have a look in here in tags. Yeah, I've got an ARM and an AMD version. So yeah, you can use that as a thing. And the whole point is that you can just share a directory into there and you've got direct access to it. So it's nice and quick and easy. I wrote an article about this ages ago. I sent it to Iconbar, but they never replied back to me. I should go and do that again, write it, send it again, or update it for the modern world. Sorry, I was in the process of just committing this. So I've added that. I added the what have I added? I've added CI file. No, I haven't added CI. So RISC OS project create CI. So you'll like this. Hopefully you'll like this. So this has added in some extra files that will deal with CI processing. So add GitHub and row build .yaml, and then commit -a. Right, add CI builds of the window manager. Hopefully this will now build on push. Push. And if we go to the, oh no, git push to GitHub. Sorry, I can't push to the RISC OS open repository. But if we have a look back now at the my repository here, so now we've updated it and we've got some actions running. We are now building it. Building through the RISC OS build service. Give it a moment or two. Whoa, stuff failed. Whoa, bad. Ooh, very, very bad. Ooh, so very bad. That's very sad, isn't it? Global machine couldn't be loaded. That's very sad. Does that mean that machine hasn't been set? It's quite possible that machine hasn't been set. Echo, where are we? We're in this one here, please. Echo $machine. Phoebe. I'm going to bet that machine isn't set on there. That's really not happy. Cancel workflow. Hopefully that'll kill it. And since that's not set, let's just define machine in here and see if that makes it happy. Is that how you spell Phoebe? Yep, it is. Okay. Build RAM. It might not actually load, but we'll see anyway. Over here, please, git diff. This is actually all. I didn't save the file. Git commit -a -amend. Push GitHub. Did that die? Yeah, I think that died. Went very unhappy when it didn't find the file, didn't it? Not good at all. Oh, force. And update as well. Right, come on. Are you going to work this time? I really want to go and get a drink and things. Trying again. Ooh, so very unhappy. Header NDR debug. And portable. What? Ah, oh, case insensitive. Calm. So if we have a look in find dot NDR lowercase, not uppercase there. In here, do we NDR debug? NDR debug. Look, they've spelt it with lowercase, so it should have lowercase. Right. In which case, NDR lowercase. I introduced a bug in that this should be HDR with lowercase. And what else did we have go wrong? Couldn't find portable. Image size. echo dollar image size. It doesn't really matter, it just needs to be something. Let's put that into the row build. Size 6114K. Make it 496K. Not really, it's more sensible to be that. So that's all the NDR debug failing. All right, so let's go get this committed. Off we go again. Oh. This'll be the easy bit. We can just make it work. Ooh, what was that? Sprite op calls and things. What the heck? Oh, yeah, when it tried loading the module, it crashed. It called a sprite op call that was not valid and then got a bad error pointer. Well, that's quite interesting, isn't it? But that means that we can't load it. So let's take the load out. We might be able to fix those bugs as well, but at the very least, we can at least say, look, this bit here is broken. All right. Yes, connect the end. Right. 5-minute job, yeah. What could possibly go wrong with it? So, yes, it's taken me 2¼ hours to get to the point where I can build the window manager. But now that I've got to that point, it builds. And if we go to the summary, here we go, a RISC OS build. Which has just been extracted into my downloads directory. There we are. Wimp 587 has now become a window manager. And we can do RISC OS dump I of that Wimp file, and we'll see. There we go, that's our built module, which anybody can download and try out. As you saw, it works, but I'm not going to guarantee anything about it because we did hack it about a little bit. It might take a little bit longer, but then most of the time you wouldn't be building it with an entirely independent build environment. I mean, as I said, if the BBE binary build environment still is a thing, then yeah, maybe we can use that. But I don't have that, and it's almost certainly different now. So that's what we got right now, and we will give it a whirl on trying to update it to have some C code in it. First, however, I'm going to take a break because I'm a little bit tired. I may end up going a little bit beyond the 3 hours on this one because it's taken me so long to do this. But I'm going to take a break and then we'll see how we get on with the actual thing we were trying to do. All right. I will see you in about 10 minutes or so. All right. Ooh, that's not the back soon I wanted. That's my temporary one because I was going to use this one. Dave's titles. Hello again. Oh, excuse me. I'm here for a little bit, and then I've got to go and pop and make sure that food is cooked for Talia, and then we'll continue. Excuse me. Ooh. Right. Okay, we have a module. It loads. It crashes if we load it here, but we can load it into the RPCMU. So I'm glad RISC OS UK has actually loaded it onto a real machine, and it's working. I don't guarantee it will continue working, but I'm glad it is working there. That's good. What we're going to do now is we're going to try and build in the bits of the WindowManager template loading into this code. So they're using titanium apparently. So how do we do that? How do we do that? Well, excuse me. First thing we're going to need to do is to get the C sources available to us. So the way that we do that is we create a submodule. So git submodule add, and we want to give it the URL of the actual module. So we go over here and we find this is the Wimp templates. So I want to get the Wimp templates here. Sorry, go to the top of it. Here we are. Copy, paste that, and we want to call that RISC OS Wimp templates. So there we go. Ooh, we now have a submodule, Wimp templates. We probably want to put this on a new branch. So this is going to be the C templates experiment. So add the Wimp RISC OS Wimp templates repository as submodule. So that we can work against it. Okay, there we go. So that's one thing. Now we need, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. I think I'm done. Oh gosh, sneezy. Back in the select days, did you ever add C functions to the Wimp, or is this the first time? No, we've got. So this is the make file for the select Wimp, and as you can see, we've got sprite list, tools. So that's tools manages the entire tools around the outside of the window. Textop is the Wimp textop operations, some of them anyway. Pointers handles Wimp pointers, and mask handles locating the mask so we can put the thing in the same place. The hotspot, that's the word I'm looking for, in the right place. So all of these were already in there. So adding another one into the select Wimp would be relatively easy, relatively. But what we're going to do is we're going to end up putting some more in here. Excuse me. Excuse me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start adding these, and I don't know if this is going to work the way I wanted it to, so we'll just have a see. So the first thing we want to do is to do C sources equals RISC OS Wimp templates.c dot something or other. What we got in here? Buffer data, control strings. So yeah, we're going to need a good chunk of these. So templates what did I say? Buffer data. Paste that, can't I? Control string. Wildcard. So those are the C sources we're going to build with. Now, it is very unlikely that this will work first time, but we're going to give it a whirl and see what happens. So run RISC OS ammu. It didn't include them. Why didn't it include them? I don't know. Excuse me. Is it because I need to set something else to make that happen? I'm not sure. I wonder if we need to... Let's have a look. Did it create them and I didn't notice? S_C? Nope, it hasn't created those. Oh, excuse me. Sneezy. I'm not sure how this is meant to depend on it. I wonder if it's just not working because it doesn't like the subdirectory. It's possible it doesn't like the subdirectory. So let's take those out and we'll create some symlinks. C, because I might not have it. I don't think I've ever done that before. So I want to link create C/templates from RISC OS templates C templates. And we need that to be .. because it's going to go up a directory. So templates one, buffer data, what's the other ones do we need? Wildcard, and what's the other one? Control string. Nope, I've done that wrong. I've got wildcard matched to control string. So wildcard, just force overwrite, and then control string. And there we go. Right, let's try that now and see if that works. If it's done right, it should just work. Oh, look at that. Include wildcard.h wouldn't open. Ah, we need to give it some C flags to say where to find things. So let's do that. C flag, C includes equals RISC OS template. No, RISC OS Wimp templates. Okay, still not doing that. C include? I don't know. Let me have a look at the make file. So RISC OS ammu, ammu files. Oh, I have to do it in the shell, don't I? Let's have a look at the file, shall we? So inside env we have make files, and we want asm module. Did I define? There's C sources. There's defines. Do I allow any includes in this? Includes. Oh, that's just irritating. Includes. Well, we'll make it use includes then. There might be some fixing up of this in the future. I originally wrote all of this code RISC OS UK says stressing the Wimp out and it's not crashed yet. And that is really good news actually, because I'm quite surprised. I really expected it to crash. Right, Fortify.h wouldn't open. Let's turn off Fortify because we don't want that in here. So let's control string. Where's Fortify? So if do we actually have a nice define in here? No Fortify. If nadef. That won't actually do anything anyway, I don't think. Yes, it would because it's malloc in there. So we'll define that. So stick that in. Defines. Oh yes, look, I did actually document it here. Sorry. Let me put the C sources in place of the thing that said where to use them. There we go. And this is defines of the C source files equals define no Fortify. I just didn't define how includes work. Includes in the C files. Okay, let's try that again. Right, all that has done is built some C files, some S files rather. So if we have a look in here, what we have built is this s_c directory, which has some files in it. And it's actually put these areas in that I don't want because we're actually using this in AASM mode. And because we're using it in AASM mode, we just need to tweak the file. So there's a special switch for that, which is this thing. Extra sed flags, get rid of the area definitions. There we go. Okay. Right, so let's give this a whirl. I need to remove everything in s_c. Right. And if we now have a look at those files, buffer data, it's now got an ignore at the top of it. Okay, so all of these, this has basically converted the C code into assembler that we can just link together, which means that in, where's it gone? I need the S files. Here, I'm going to Wimp compat, and at the end of it, we can do get s_c dot buffer data. CTRL string templates, didn't spell that right, templates and wildcard. And now we'll try and build it, and it'll fail because there's a whole bunch of these ignores that are in here and all of these definitions of APCS registers. So what we need to do is to make those work. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know what happened there. Might have to look into that one. That's rather odd. But we've got a lot of things in here. Divisions. Ugh. Fortunately, we've got our divrem macro, so we can do that. So how did we get around handling this? Well, we get around it largely by using some additional macros, which I've forgotten where they live. Macros, here we go. So if I just look into the Wimp here, macros has got a whole bunch of things in it. But also in here, cunning the replacement stuff, task handling, checking ROM. Oh, it's not in there. Where's ignore live then? We'll have to see where ignore lives, because I don't know where it lives. grep for ignore in in tilde projects RO modules RISC OS sources desktop Wimp s.wimp has got it in. Okay. Bum, bum. And I could derive these from first principles, but since I've already done so, I'm not going to mess around and do it again. So here's the macros we've got. Ignore spurious objasm, cswy calls, and then this is actually the bits where we turn on each of the features in the select Wimp. In this case, we're just going to copy this one for now and put this here. And then we also need to set up APCS registers. Now, why do we not have APCS registers in here? Very strange, isn't it? Let's have a see then. Grep for v4 in there's going to be a lot of those. The register numbers aren't defined. That's quite interesting. So why was it not working? Because the code should be exactly the same. Oh. Unexpected operator, so that's a bad operator, fair enough. Bad register name symbol. Which one is bad? V7. I believe it's probably V7 then. How strange. Well, let's define V7 then. In fact, let's just have a quick grep for V7 in there and see if we can actually find. Wimp01, I define it in there. I wonder why you defined it in there. That's an odd place. If ctools is defined, then define V7 as register number 10. Of course, because R10 would normally be the stack limit, and we don't have a stack limit, so we just define that one. So here we go. Build it again. And we've got that strange DCD in there. That's very odd. Let's have a look. I mean, this might mean that there's something up with the conversion in my C compiler. But let's have a look. So 244 in C templates. 244. I can't see it. Can't see it. Where's it gone? Numbers are completely beyond me. DCD. How very odd. Get the address in R1. That looks very bad to me. That does not look good. Oh, I need to go and pop downstairs and just do the food. Give me a moment. Yeah, that doesn't look good. We might have fun with that. Back in a sec. Well, let me just mute things as well in case any noise. Hello again. We are back. Food has been obtained. I think I know what this is. So one of the things that we do as part of the build, which you can't see here, of the SC files, is, if I can find it up here. Yeah, we do this, replace xdataseg and xcodeseg with nothing. And that is any global references are gone. So the removing that means that it's probably left as an empty space. So that probably means that in templates open, we've referenced a global variable or something like that. So we need to find out where that is and what it is so we can get rid of it. So let's have a look in the sources in templates. So templates open. Calloc does an F open, does some things, reads thing, read word, goes to failed, reads some bits, does a seek, allocate some entries, more entries, assigns some things. This is the font table, font names. Read the header, read the font table, and then assigns open templates to be we have a global linked list of the open templates. That's where it's gone wrong. Okay, we can't do that, but we can do something different. So we can't have a global variable called open templates. Fair enough. So have a look up here. We've probably got open. Yeah, there we go. I should have noticed it. Static variable called open templates. So the way we handle that is, I'm just trying to find it in my sources because I thought it was in here. Maybe it isn't. Maybe we don't do things that way. Let me have a look. Just give me a second. Oh, I should be showing you this. Sorry. So these are the header files that I've got. So we don't have a global variable when it's in there. That's text.tools. Tools doesn't have any global variables either. Well, that's a little bit sad. I may have to go and look elsewhere. It may not be in this version, this Wimp. It may only be used in the what's it called? Filer. Tool sizes. These are structures that are referenced in the same way. No, it doesn't look like we've actually got anything there. This all handles the tool ordering and things. It's very, very I would say simple code, but it's quite crazy. Anyway, so I need to pinch something from somewhere else because it's not in the Wimp. So let's have a look instead at the filer, because the filer also has C code in. But filer also has C code in. Not stay down there because that's where you are, but you're not. You're there. So have a look in here. We've got C utils. We should have. I thought we had a C. Yeah, C utils. There we go. And C utils has a few memory functions. Good. String functions. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, we might need to pinch some of those in the header file. Asm. This calls into the assembler code. Render data. Come on, one of these is it's just sprite, isn't it? Filer. Oh dear me. Right, grep for underscores like a global in there. There he is. That's what I was looking for. Global reg 6. And that's in here. So global reg. If not test, then define it to be that. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make this if def in Wimp open templates. So at this point you're going to be saying, what does that mean? Actually, I don't think that's going to work. No, that's not going to work. So you're going to be saying, what does that mean? Which is an entirely valid and perfectly sensible question. So what it means is register 6, which will be V6, which is R9, points to this structure. And it's a special way of saying anything you think you've actually got as a real variable, it's not. It's actually accessible off this single register. And the entire system has got a way of handling that. This is actually going to have to go in a common header file, I think. Yeah, I think it's going to have to go in a common header file. Void star. Actually, we can play with open template in there, can't we? This is going to be global. We're going to do it exactly the same way as it did before. Global WS2. Now what I could do is just remove the global workspace entirely, but I'm trying to demonstrate pretty much raw translation of the code as was written. So you'll get to see how it was. Let me just check this is looking open template. And we do hash define open templates to be global was global to open templates. Call it that, I think. Then we don't have a recursive definition there. In fact, I don't need brackets around it then, do I? Okay, so when we're in the Wimp, we're going to do this. Otherwise, we do it the other way. And that needs to actually be defined in every single file, because we've got to tell every single file not to use register 6. So we need to find something that's in all of them. There's nothing that's in all of them. So what we'll do is include global.h. We'll just add this into all of them. Here. Right, and then we'll create a global.h file. Which has in it templates bits. So is it that? I think actually I'm just going to make that a void star because then we don't know what the type is going to be at that point. But we do know it by the time we get down to here, so we can cast it to a open template. Stop. Okay, and now this type def and global variable can go in global. The def global h. Global definitions largely used for integration with assembler Wimp. Okay, void star double was looks okay. All right, let's close that. Global, that was in global T. Right, let's try building that. I'll delete all of the files that have been generated and rebuild it. And we'll see whether that works. It does not. Missing new line is end of file. That's a stupid error message, I think. But another one. Oh no, that's at line 244. That's interesting. Why did it? Oh, we haven't defined in Wimp, have we? We haven't defined in Wimp yet. So let's do that. We need to define that in the make file. So find the make file here. -d in Wimp. Should be in asm Wimp, really, shouldn't we? Because we don't want to be confusing things. So if we go back to our header again. Header, where's the header gone? Global. Oh, and this global actually only applies if we're in asm Wimp. If def in asm Wimp. Otherwise we don't use it. And then in the templates code, if def in asm Wimp. So delete the files again and rebuild. Objects that have been cast are not L values. You're right, they're not. Bother. That's irritating. I wonder if I can make it struct open templates. It's got S, which would then mean that it would be a valid type, and I don't need to cast it there. Implicit cast a pointer to non-equal pointer. Okay, what's it actually called? I'm sure it should be an open template S. Struct open template S. Where am I looking? I've lost it. Global open template. There we go. That's why. So we're now getting somewhere. What we can see now is we've got lots of errors because strlen, strcopy, memcopy, none of these are defined. And so we're going to need to implement them. Fortunately, I think you saw earlier I had a cutils, which has a bunch of things in it that look like C functions. So what we can do is we can do the same here and just create a cutils file. And then copy some bits over. Strcopy, strlen, let's rename those. Strcopy, strlen. I mean, I could hash define them, but this is just to make it work. There's did we have a malloc in here? I can't remember. We must have had a malloc in here somewhere. So we've got memalloc and memfree here. which are actually called into other parts of the system. We must have some memory functions here. ROS free and ROS claim. That looks ugly. What do we actually do? Where do we? Because I can't believe we actually just call OS module every time. I think that would be, yeah, that's debug memory. Yeah, I can't believe we call that every time. Let's have a quick look. Apparently, yes, that's what we do. We call that every single time. Wow, that is so very ugly. Okay, well, we'll just create a new veneer to that to make it work. So the easiest thing to do is just find one of these. So look for ROS module. Yeah, we literally have a interface there that does mod claim, and we call the swis exactly as swis. How lovely. No worries. So what we want here is just copy these functions here. So that's going to become malloc. I've got to take off the zeros here. I'd actually renamed them inside the what's it called, in the filer, so that it was just a bit more easy to see which bits were which. But let's just leave it as this for now. So malloc, we can do just call it malloc and free. We don't call it mem free. So this is actually what I want to do. So whoops, release, move it into R2, and we can literally just do if not equal, so that's going to catch us trying to free zeros. And this one here, yeah, that's correct as well. These are actually just veneers into those calls. Any use? No, we're going to call it. We're always going to call it. And if there was an error, return 0. There we go. We've got malloc and free now implemented. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I haven't actually included this file. I need to include this in my compat code. No. So get s.cutils. And what we should see now, if I've done that right, is far fewer operations. So we've got memset and memcopy. What is it called if it's not release? It should be claim and release. Is it called free? Yeah, apparently it's called free. That's good. Right, so I've got memcopy, memset to implement. Do I have one of those lying around? Doesn't look like it. Looks like I'm going to have a very quick implementation of memset and memcopy. At least that's easy to do. So let's do memset first. Come on. All right then. Memset, set the memory to a value, put a where to store, character, store size is the size to store. This is not malloc, it's memset. Could have written this in C actually, couldn't I? It would have been a lot easier. Not a big deal. All we do now is we just have void star putter char-c int size memset entry and exit. So comp r2 comma number 0. If it was 0, exit. Oh, I want to, no, that's fine. strb store a byte to r0, no, byte r2 to r0, increment by 1. Decrement, oh no, that's store r1 the character. Decrement the number left by 1, bne back to 10. Okay, that's memset done. And yes, that's not a very efficient routine, but it doesn't matter. It's literally just simple code. Copy some memory. Memset. Yeah, so that's quite easy, isn't it? It's just and void star source. Memcopy, memcopy. LDRB R14 from R1 and increment. Store R14 to R0. That's memcopy implemented. Okay. Build again, and we should have just the file operations and whatever that is as a division. Yeah. Oh, we've got a calloc in there as well. That's a little sad, isn't it? It's not too terrible though. So calloc is going to be exactly the same as malloc, but it does have a multiply in it. And clear. I can't wish around this is. Number of blocks, size of a block. V6 to 12. Why do I do that? Oh yeah, I know why I do that. That's not necessary here. Oh, it might actually be. Oh, that might actually be necessary. Oh dear. ROS module needs R12 to be set. Oh. Yeah, okay. I'll come back to that. I know what's going wrong with that, but we'll come back to it. Let's just get calloc implemented and then we'll worry about it. So mul R2, R0. So that allocates some memory. Did it allocate anything? If not, exit this function. If it did allocate something, then mov thinking I want to do a mem set. But memset will corrupt. Move to R4 from R0. It'll corrupt R0 to 3. So I need to get this back. And now we need to do the value. So pointer is in R0. The value to store will be 0. And the size, oh, the size, I need to get the size back from over here. Mov R0 to R4 from R0. So R4 contains the size we're allocating there. Ooh, there we go, that's clever, isn't it? We can actually multiply it into there and it's handily left behind. And then we can do mov R2 from R4, that's the size, and then R0 is still the pointer. Oh, but we need to remember the pointer. There we go. That's calloc. I should have written it in C, it would have been easier. Right, the reason we're doing this is because ROS module will require the module block to be present. So actually, in order to call this, we have to have R12 set properly. And to have R12 set properly, we need to recover it from the global register. And to recover it from the global register, we need to actually have it in the global register. So, global module workspace at the very beginning. And if we put it at the very beginning, then we can quite happily here do LDR R12, comma bracket R6, like that. And then we get ourselves to the global workspace. Where do we need it? We just need Mallocan free, I think, don't we? Yeah, just in Mallocan free. Right, okay, so that looks like it's going to do something. Build that. So now we've got a few functions: fread, fseek, fopen, ftell, fclose, and fgetc. So a few functions there. Let's do a quick back through. Those are the functions we're going to need. So we need some way of implementing them. Let's just quickly tidy this up. So we've actually got functions. Oops. Signature. Also, let's sort those. How do I sort them? Edit. Sort lines. There we go. All right, so we got that one. Okay, that's the functions we need to implement. If we do implement them, what will happen? Oh, don't mean to do that. Still failed. Why did it fail? RM. Oh, it failed because it didn't find any BLs in it. So if I just delete all those and then build it. Oh, I didn't mean that. It's going to do nothing. There we go. there we are, the module builds. But of course it won't work because we've got these calls in here that are not going to do the right thing. So let's start with fopen and fclose, shall we? Because those are going to be relatively simple. Now fopen has the signature file star, fopen char star file name, so it's a const char star file name actually, char star mode, also a const there. That's the signature of that. Now, one of the things that we know out of this is that the mode is always going to be read binary. We're always going to be reading the file. And the file name is just going to be the file name. So we should be able to do mov r0 common number, I don't know the values, kitten header colon hi fsi. Come on. Where's the open handles? Oh, it's not, I've missed them. Objects, read attributes, fs controls, open in, there we go, open for read. Open for read, yeah, that one there. That's an interesting way of defining it, but that's what I want. Open for read and no dir actually. And must open. Okay, that's the ones we're going to want. So open read or open must open or open no dir. And the file name comes in R1 and the file name is going to be the value that we used to have in R0. So let's do it that way round. Exos find. If there was an error, set R0 to 0. Otherwise, R0 is going to contain the file handle. So we're done. So we're going to treat a file star as being basically an OS file handle. And then we can do the same here. Well, very similar anyway. Although I actually want to close the file. Is there a constant for closing the file? No, there isn't. Why would there be? fclose, and the type for fclose is fclose file star f, like that. So what we do is, we do the same thing, yeah, like that, and then 0. But we never want to close all the files, so we do set there. We can do if not equal, and then we'll never actually close all files by accident. Right, so that's fclose and fopen done. Next we've got fgetC. Now you should be thinking this is a doddle, isn't it? Because all we need to do is just return the result of bget. And that pretty much is the case. fgetC has the prototype int fgetC file star. And it returns -1 if there was an error. So what we're going to do, so we're going to take any handle we get given. We don't have that, we just pass it in. Yeah, bget comes in R0, and then at the end, mov, if there was an error, return -1, because it says -1 is what we return if there is a failure. And also if carry is set, because I believe carry is the end of file condition. So there we go. That is fget implemented. So we've got some more complicated ones now, fread, fseek and ftell. Let's do fseek and ftell first. So I hope people are following along and understanding this. I'm trying to explain what I'm doing, but if I'm not explaining things well enough, just let me know. Prototype for fseek is something like long fseek file star f long offset int how. I believe that's the type for it. Man fseek. Let me just check. Fseek offset and whence. Sorry, not whence. Right. And here we go. So again, we've got a very similar entry sequence here, but we're going to have to do a bit more intelligence with it, because fseek can have three different when, we'll call it whence because that's what it uses. h dot studio. I'm pretty sure it's 012 and there 0 is set, 1 is cut. That's what I thought it was. Okay, let's just copy those and we can paste them straight into here. There we go. So you can see exactly what we're doing. So if it's set, then we do osargs. Oh, do you remember what the code is for osargs? I don't. High FSI, that's the one. Yes. Set putter. Osargs set putter. There we go. Where's seek? Here we go. Compare R1, comma number 1. BEQ 40. Oh no, I meant BLT. So seek set, so the R1 value is correct. Right, if it's 1, then we're doing it based on the current value, and if it's 2, we're doing it based on the end value. So branch of greater than to 30. End. And here we go, set relative to current. I've lost it already, haven't I? There it is. So read extent or read pointer. Oh, that's quite cunning, isn't it? That is actually quite cunning. So actually we don't need to do this. We can do we're going to store some parameters here. I haven't got enough registers. Marv R4, R0, Marv R5, R2, just R1. Oops, that should have been R2, shouldn't it? Read pointer. Oh, no, I better copy it. R0, comma number, args, read next. There we go. And now we just call osargs with the parameter in R1. And then we add R5, R5, R2. Is it R2? I don't know. RISC OS PRM, osargs, read extent. Yep, it comes out in R2. It's very handy having the command line. See you, Alan. hope you have a good evening. I'm sorry I've overrun a bit, but I just want to get this working. If I can do it in one session, that'd be cool, even if it is a longer session than normal. So R5 equals the position relative to current or end. And here, R5 is already set. Set pointer. Set pointer R1, R4, R2, R5. And what was it if it failed? Yeah, there we go. Nothing particularly special about that. So just if it's errored, what do? We return the position, don't we? So if it fails, return -1. Otherwise, return the actual position that we went to, which is in R5. There we go. And ftel is actually even easier because it's just this. So ftel is long fseek file star f bracket. There we go. That's just like that. So here we are. Exit please. Mov read the pointer. There we go, and then mov 2. That's it. That is the entire implementation. We should probably also do mov vs R2 common number -1 or something, just so it returns an error case. Right, so that's fseek and ftel implemented. Now we need to implement fread. Fread is just a GBPB call. And at this point I'm remembering, didn't we see some calls in there that were already doing this? Have I just implemented a bunch of things that already existed? I think I probably have. So if I look in Wimp 6, yeah, look, here we go. This is all. Oh, there's all some nasties if it's a RAM resident and stuff. Yeah, we're not doing that. Oh, that isn't helping me. Coming from memory rather than a file. We need to find out what this is, because it's possible that this will screw us over and we won't be able to do anything. Yeah, there's the error failing. Right, let's just actually document what fread does. So fread is I think it's actually long. Fread might be a size T actually. File start. Oh, no, I don't remember. I can never remember the order of parameters in fread. Yeah, it's a size T. We'll make it a size T. And then that. We don't need to care about the restricts in here. There we go. Right. So that's the interface. So now we need to undo this. So, we can work out the size. So mov mul, I meant mul R4, R1, R2 size times n items. Now we need to do move that to R1. What was the GBPB interface? Kitten. Come on. Read from pointer. And the interface will be, I don't know what the interface is, it's number 4 anyway, so let's just have a look in the PRMs. GBPB4. Right. File handle, address, number of bytes to read. And then finally we return number of bytes not transferred. So we're actually going to need to put this in R5 here. So the pointer we're, oh sorry, that's going into R1 needs to be R3 because that's the stream, which is our file handle. The pointer is in R0 at the moment, so we're going to move that from R0 into R2. So stream file handle destination, and then in R3 we need to put the size, which is coming from R5. So calculate the size there. Right. If there was an error, set the value on return to be R0, R1 to be -1. Let's do that. Otherwise, we've come back with an interesting value. It's this one here. Number of bytes not transferred. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. R3 equals number of bytes not transferred. So sub R0, R5, R3. Not total minus not transferred. There we go. That's fread implemented. Fun this, isn't it? Now we need to do the udiv. Question here is, do we need to do udiv? Can we actually get away without doing a division? Let's have a quick look at where it lives, shall we? So if we have a look for udiv in Essence, start. So we've got udiv in here in templates. Let's have a look in templates. No, not the header. SC file. So we call templates open and we try to, look, we're dividing by 48. This one here is divided by 48. Is that the only thing we do a division by? It is. Oh dear. Dave, didn't you have a tool that would tell you what you could do to make any arbitrary division? Using only shifts. I think you can multiply by 1.5 or 2 or something. Multiply by 2 and then divide by, I'm not sure. There's an ASM tool they set to the div C. Damn, I don't have that then. Using bitwise shifts and doing that, how do we use a simple modification method? Shift and subtract. Since it's not powered to, it can be performed with a simple right shift. Instead, it can be broken down into 16 times 3. Shift right by 3, then divide by 16, then divide by 3 using shift-based approximation. Don't want to use an approximation. Factor the division, divide by 3, since you can approximate by summing the shift. Meh. screw it, let's go and actually I could do that, but that's just divrem. That's literally just divrem, isn't it? So if it is just divrem, we can just use divrem. Where's divrem? Here it is. The parameters are RC equals A divided by B. Thank you very much. C equals A divided by B. Well, that's easy. That's actually very easy. Because if that's all it is, I don't even need to use the new version. I can just use, well, I can use the no remainder version. No remainder. C R3 is R0 divided by R1. And you can use R2 as a temporary. And then we move R3 from R0. I actually don't know if that's the syntax of udiv. Yeah, I can't remember. I'm going to have to look it up. It's documented in the PRMs for the shared C library. There we go. And it's called _kernel _ udiv. There we go, udiv. Divisor dividend and returns the remainder in R1. What was the RA equals the remainder. R0. Well, to be strictly correct, let's do it with that. Take that no rem out and do R1, R0. No, hang on. 0, R3, yeah, that's right. And R, hang on, what did it, I've forgotten already. Result A divided by B. And A ends up with, so R0 will currently have that, so I just do R1, R0. Well, that's now implemented. Let me actually give it the entry definition so that it's present. Equals result. R1 equals, what's the other thing called? Remainder. There we go. That should be right. Dave has sent me some example code. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Nice. I will leave this for now, but I may steal that code. Thank you very much. It's not short. I mean, it's not going to be short with this divrem in there either, but yeah, at least we'll have a we'll have something that works. Right, let's build it. So bear in mind that we've not actually linked any. Build it. All we've done is we've written the code that would make it work. We've not actually done anything with that code. Okay. 3 hours 50 minutes since last break. Yeah, we're going to get this working today. I'm just going to go at it and we'll see how we do. Glutton for punishment, aren't I? Right. So if we have a look in 6 here, this is all the code that does open template. So this is the actual open template routine that comes in with the file handle. So yeah, there we go. That's the calls that are doing stuff. Oh, gosh, yeah. This is all the stuff I'm going to replace in here. Load templates. Relocate items, match names. That's the wildcarding stuff. Yeah. Okay. So this entire file is going to be gone away. I'm going to have just new implementations of those two functions. And do I do it in this file or do I just put it alongside it? I could put it alongside it. That would actually be quite nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's do that. So duplicate as C. So I don't need any of this code. We've already implemented these things in the other places. Could have just called them, but yeah, no big deal. Right, here we go. That's that one. Open template. There's also an internal open template call. Oh yeah, right. So int open template is the one we're going to actually care about. Now, I'm going to leave some of this code here because I'm going to want to look at how it works. This is close template. Again, same sort of thing. File handle close, file address, file length. Okay. Load template is the actual thing that does the work. Okay. Yeah, so none of this is particularly scary. Kill the match names, kill the location, that read. Don't kill any more than that. There. Count template icon, yeah, that can go. We're going to want some error blocks. My X error, that's how you use it. Okay. Oh, just delete most of this actually, because all of this is going to be handled. It's told us what the parameters are there. It looks pretty similar to what we were expecting. Let's have entry and exit here. Load template. Right. Oh, this is going to be fun, isn't it? So one of the things we want to do is just to discuss PRM Wimp load template. What I want to do is just have a quick look and check that the parameters here look like the parameters here, which they do. Although there's this thing about the pointer to actual names not being written here, but I think that's just a side effect. Right, okay, so how do we do this? How do we do this? So I'm going to do it that way. Actually, what is the interface in templates? Because I think templates here is actually the internal interface. Yeah, that's right. This is all internal. We actually want the other file, don't we? Want the files at the bits at the module that do the SWI handling. We want this segment here. Although, actually, this doesn't look too bad. This really just looks like very simple interfacing code. Oh, font claim, that's irritating. I might have to add a font claim into that. Oh, and load template looks like, oh, why is it all implemented in here? That's awkward. Oh, it doesn't matter. We'll just work that one out. Yeah, I think we can make this work, can't we? I think we're going to lift these functions. Font claim, that's irritating that it does it that way. But we'll work that out as well. Lift these functions out of here and put them into another file. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. So new file called SWIs. It's fine. And we'll just lift all of these. There we go. Right, now there's going to be some interesting bits here because what we're going to do is we're going to have to interface this to the code quite interestingly. Oh, and I can't call it SWIs because it will get confused with SWIs.h. Rename it to template SWIs, I guess. Oh, SWIs template, yeah, because we can have them. Each one of the different modules can have the different things, can't they? That'd be nice. Come on. And then we save that file because that doesn't do anything anymore. So include templates.h, include swis.h. Yeah, we're going to need swis. That's going to be a pain, but not the end of the world. Oh no, I renamed you. All got very confused there. Right, so we can't have this as being the open template, but what we can do is we can do the same thing we did in here. Where is it? The in-asm Wimp, to define this variable. OT to be current template, and it's open template OT. It's also a static as well. Doesn't need to be anywhere else. There we go. Right, so that'll give us OT being accessed properly. But we need to put current open template into the globals. So let's do that. Current template. Is that right? Current template? Yeah, current template. Okay. Yeah, all right. we've got 3 things there. That's not too terrible. Wimp had only one template open at a time. So we're going to want to include Swice template in the build as well. So let's add that to our C. Nope, not that one. This one here. C dot Swice template. There. And I need to create a symlink as well. So ln-s Swice template. Now we're going to have some problems, I'm sure. Yeah, because all of these variables are not defined. Oh, we've also got dprintf and all sorts of other things. We don't have a file star. Well, that's fair enough. So we have a look in global. Where's global gone? Global here. So if we're in the ASM Wimp, hash define, no, file star, shouldn't that be okay? Brace included before file star. Line 47 in templates. Oh, in the header file template, sorry. I haven't included Studio. It's interesting, isn't it? No template file. Dprintf. I needed to copy that across, didn't I? Grab that from here. So we're not having any debug present, but we want it to be able to have debug. Undeclared naming. This is the, yeah, those that aren't present. Oh, we wanted types including as well. Ugh. That's not unreasonable, I suppose. And we also want Studio because we've got that printf in there, which we're not going to implement, but it just needs to be there. So it looks like the only things that are left here, we've got Strunner copy. Oh, come on. You're just doing it to wind me up, aren't you? Come on. Right, quick implementation of Strunner copy then. Where is it? In C utils, here we go. Str copy, now Strunner copy. I've run out of registers, haven't I? More setting flags, BEQ 90, so if nothing was specified, then you don't get anything copied. subs R4 number 1 mod EQ R3. That will cause it to terminate when that value gets to 0. That looks right, I think. I could be wrong, but it looks okay. So we should be now down to the final bits here. Oh gosh, it's 5 o'clock. Getting tired now. But we'll get still a copy. Oh, because I didn't include string.h as well. Okay. So all of these are the errors that we can return. And we want those to be assigned in here. Actually, we want them to be assigned in here, don't we? So I'm not sure if these are actually all my definitions, or they're actually like regular error numbers, but we'll see. Used by the what's it called? C code. Actually, we probably shouldn't. So if I have a look in the C code here, we probably shouldn't be returning those errors. We should just be returning the error code instead. Because if we return the error code, then I can convert it. Best way of doing this. Meh, I know what the best way of doing this is. It's not as helpful as I was hoping this code would be. I should have really split it up a bit more, but when I originally wrote this stuff, I wasn't actually expecting to integrate it into the assembler code. I was only expecting to integrate it into a real window manager in C. So yeah, that's a little bit different. But what we're going to do is each one of these is going to be a constant value. So we're going to put these into an enum. No, we're not. We're not going to put them into enum. We're going to put them into where's template? So if def in Wimp two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I'm abusing this somewhat badly. Doesn't matter. Okay. And I say I'm abusing it because those values are not aligned. They're actual value, the raw values, and the compiler can assume that that value should be aligned, which it isn't. So I've abused it quite badly there, but for now that's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump into here and we're going to write an error handler. There we go. That's now a table in the same order. And I'm hoping that we can just do a make error block for each one of these. Do you think we can? Make error block. Hopefully. How do you actually do this? So you do a make error block and then you do an addr, don't you? Make error block. Oh no, you do my X error because of course you do. Okay. What's happened since the break? So I've got the, what do we do at the break? At the break we had things compiled. So now I've got some of the C code in there. And I've got, I'm doing parts of the integration at the moment. So we've got a Wimp here that has linked all the C code, but we're not calling it yet. So I'm in the process of trying to work it into the shape where it'll be called. I've overrun quite a bit, but I'm damned if I'm not going to get it working. Macro C errors. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. Name. My X error, yes. Or $name. Yeah, that's right. Mend here. Yeah, I don't like assembler. And then at the end, 90. All PC. Push. Entry and exit, sorry. Let's use entry and exit. Normally coding something like this would be dead easy. No, not dead easy. It would be something I could go through and do things and I'd be okay with it. Now I'm getting really tired because I know I've got people watching and I'm trying to do things and I realize it's not going to be like really that important if I don't get it working. But I'm really keen to get it working. Right. Push R0 to R9. Pull. Oh, and R12, sorry. Actually, all the way to R12 would be a good idea, because I want us to be safe. R12. There we go. Now, the SWI interface that I've just defined is this one here. So if we look here, we've got every one of them has number, registers, private word, which we don't use the private word, but we've got it anyway. So call C entry with R0 equals SWI number, ignored. R1 equals register block. R2 equals module private word. And R9 equals global T pointer. So we need to get a global T pointer. We can create a global T pointer, that's not a problem. It actually worked on a select as well. Wow, that's quite impressive. Interesting. Not sure why the scroll bars would have gone funny. Yeah, really not sure why the scroll bars would have gone funny, but really quite interesting that it loaded on there. So mov R1 stack pointer 0, we don't care about that the SWI number. R2 has got to be the module private words, that's R12, and then the global pointer is going to be our workspace pointer. So we're going to have to create something in the workspace. And then we do branch with link to SWI Wimp. What's it called? I've forgotten already. SWI close template, so it's going to SWI load template, isn't it? Load template for this one. And then I need to work out what. So turn from C, error code is in R0. You know what? If it's not 0, branch off all the way to that function, which will then decode it and return it into a error pointer. Okay, so let's see what we can do about fixing up this workspace global T. Genuinely surprised it did work on select. I mean, they shouldn't have done anything that was quite so weird, but and they have allegedly tried to keep it working on older systems, so reasonably cool. Right, so loading templates. Brain is slowly dying here. Global T pointer. So I need to put this into the workspace. So to put it into the workspace, Wimp space. No, Wimp space doesn't actually contain the workspace. This contains the definitions. The workspace is defined in one of the S files. See, in my Wimp, the workspace is stored in the workspace file because it's entirely separate and independent. So what I'll be looking for is UCW0. Let's see if we can find it. Is it in here? U_CW0. No, it's not. Is it in 1? Yes, here's all of our stuff. So, oh, but that's not our module workspace. What is the actual module workspace called? Got names of. Sorry, I'm scrolling through it and something you can't see. This lot looks like the works. Oh, look, 3 bytes free. So yeah, somewhere down here it will be. So I'm looking for probably putting it opens pending. That's another lot of 1 byte there. Command flag. Icon bar handle. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be relatively safe. Let's have a look for that. So command flag. Yeah, that looks like a safe place to put it. Oh look, they put all the cut and paste stuff all up there. Yum. Right. So this is, we're going to bracket all this with C templates. Okay, we're going to bracket it up here because that's where they've done it. C templates, and this has to match up with the workspace we've defined in our global file. So we have a look here. We've got to see in global, which I've lost. Here it is, global. So it's got to match up with these. So let's give them all the same name. C templates underscore that. So there we go. That's our data that we need to handle. If we go down to here, no, not there. Down to lost it. Wimp 6C. Here we go. Right. Oh, I forgot what it's called already. C templates workspace is here. So ADR R9, C templates workspace. Our global T workspace. Must be in the same order and size as global T. Okay, so that is the entire code for the load template. See if we can copy that. It could pretty much be a macro, couldn't it? In fact, it ought to be a macro. Call C swy. At the top of the file. Now, we have a look over here. We should be able to see the same thing. Int open template. entry call C swy swy open template. It zeroes the font bindings every time. That's not how I've used it in the past. That would explain some things that went wrong. I thought you could keep passing it and you should zero it yourself. In fact, I'm certain that's how it should work. Or maybe I'm not certain actually, because, well, I've just seen the code and I'm not sure now. Close template. And load template. Wow. Okay, that probably won't work. But also we need to do some initialization and shutdown, because I don't know if you remember, but we have a templates finalized, don't we? No, we don't. No, we don't have one. Okay, fine. I thought we had an init and finalize routine, but if we don't, that's fine. In which case, we'll do init C templates initialize signature. And this is going to do something. Entry ADR on naught comma C templates workspace store R12. So module workspace gets stored there, and then we just clear out the other two entries like that. Meh, probably work. Not really sure. Right, C templates. We want to initialize this at the same time as everything else. So let's have a look for our initialization code. No. In fact, the best way to find out how to do this is to find out where icon bar handle is initialized. Huh, interesting. That's the sysinfo call for it. Look for one of these has got to be error handle. Where's the module initialization then? Wimp initialize, not necessary. Okay. What else is it? Oh, yeah, wonderful. Initialization routine that it's a SWI dispatch that handles all the different cases. Ugh. Actually, it probably should happen because open template and load template don't think, yeah, initialize isn't necessary. So we need to do it during the start of the module. Switching to sprites. I've got that as well. Okay. No, I want the initialization code. I think I've missed it. Huh. Ah, this is the initialization code here. Init. That's why I couldn't find it. So, save area size. Interesting. There's a 3D patch handling, which seems to have been just dumped in, exactly as you might expect. Extend read slot size. This seems like a good place to dump it. C templates. Ooh. Branch to, I forgot what it's called. C templates. Initial. Oh dear. There we go. There we are. Okay, is that what I called it? It is. Okay. So now I've got that. We want to go back to Wimp here, and we want to find where we get Wimp 6. So we're going to do some switching here. Oh look, that's got brackets. Why does it work for some and not others? Am I just forgetting something? Did it get fixed and I've forgotten? I don't know. Oh, I've got the wrong way. Probably going to fail very, very badly here. Oh, I also forgot to include CUtils, didn't I? Get CUtils.s. Or did I put it into Wimp Compat? Yeah, I put it in there. Let's put it into... No, I'll put it... Actually, we should probably include these in there, shouldn't we? If we're doing C templates, we'll put it into the middle, and we'll put that magic macro as well. Or this, because this section is not related to compatibility; it's related to the implementation. Probably. Gain some speed. Nice. Good to see. Oh, I haven't actually defined C templates. Plus C templates. What do CUtils have been included multiple times then? Where have I included it? Oh, I bet I included it in the yeah, I've included it. Oh, yeah, in both places. Yeah, I don't want to do that twice. Let's do it once. Looks like something held ice. It's possible that's part of it. Still got it defined twice. What have I done here? CUtils, CUtils. Grep minus R, CUtils from here. Oops, no. Only once. Only once I'm including it. Oh, that probably means I'm stupid. Yeah, it means I have actually redefined these things because they're already in high FSI. Idiot. And this should be :or. I thought that worked. I thought you could just use regular ORs like that. Stop it. Most of Select was soft loaded anyway, yeah. What else could have been? There is a lot more work that goes on in doing the borders and things like that, and making sure that all the sprite colors were correct. So it's possible I made a mess of this, slowed down some of those things. It's also possible they're using, yeah, that isn't right. They're using better operations. So you saw those div rems that were able to handle to use better multiplies and divides. It's possible that that's more effective now. Oh dear. I think we've got a bunch of things out of range now. Immediate value out of range. Here we go. So this is what happens when you modify all the workspace addresses. You end up with everything moving around. Let me see if I can move the C templates workspace and see if it will stop it from breaking. There's cut and paste stuff. Use A and B control. The only time you would not do that is in 3.1. And I don't think you're actually going to be building for 3.1. Tiling, filters, tool plotting, tool translation tables. Yeah, I forgot about them. Auto hourglass. I don't think auto hourglass ever really worked properly. It was a nice idea, but it was a little bit forceful. More cut and paste. Ah, there we go. They put the cut and paste stuff at the end. So if we put our stuff at the very, very end, maybe. Nope, still broken. And that's because of my address. So I need an address L on there to make that so it can reach it. And because it's in a macro, I just change it in here, and probably in here as well. Yeah. Still not working. What have we missed? Undefined symbol. The importance of reading exactly what you're writing. 439 was on ROM, yes, but didn't it decompress it? No, it only decompressed the messages. Yes, that could. It is possible that it's. Did it decompress the whole lot, or was it only the messages? I can't remember. That didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. SWI open template, undefined symbol. What were they called then? Did I get the names wrong? SWI open template. I'm confused. SWI open template, and in the SC file, let's clear out the entire SC directory just in case, and just rebuild it. It was, wasn't it? Yes. Gosh, I don't remember how it was working. I just don't remember how I did that. I'm sure it was very clever. Still can't find my symbols. Undefined symbol, but if I have a look in SC, SWI open template. That's the actual call. If I go into C here, call it close template, open template. And we have done a get of those files, haven't we? Oh, no, I haven't done get SWI's template. Oh, where are we going? Twice templates, twice template. Okay. So I need to go into Wimp. Yeah, it can't find the symbols because I haven't actually imported the file. SWI's template. Now what? Swix. Oh, and a printf. No, I can't have a printf in there. Where have I got a printf? Well, I know exactly where it is. It's in SWI's template. There. We do something there. That's odd. That shouldn't have been referenced like that. I don't think. Printf. Interesting. Not happy with that. Might need to do something clever to make that work properly. Definitely going to need to do something to make that work properly. What was my original problem? It was the printf, wasn't it? So after we come back from read template in here, yeah, we've got one printf left behind. And now we're missing the SWIs. You can see here there was a call to Swix. And it just happens that I've got this call to Swix lying around in the filer code. Not file, yeah, filer code here. Well, I thought I had. I thought I had some there. sure. I definitely saw some. I definitely saw a Swix implementation somewhere. Oh, here it is. It's in the Wimp. Right, in the Wimp. Yeah. Which may have been just lifted from the C library because, yeah, that's what we do. So, easiest thing to do there is just to go cswise, new file, cswise. Copy everything from that file, drop it in there, and then make sure it's included in here. There's cutils and cswise. So now we'll have a Swix call. Okay. You'll notice that that built. What you may not have seen is the fact that it's not going to work because of how I've done the claiming fonts, the font claim calls. So what I'm going to have to do is do something in here. In as and Wimp, we do it a slightly different way. We just call it directly. What was the function called? Font claim. That's pretty reasonable, I think. I do not believe there is a chance that this is actually going to load. I do not believe that. I believe that it will be necessary for us to do lots of debugging. But what we do have is something. CS. Commit -8. Initial implementation of the C templates within the Wimp. Well, there you go. You can see it on the source tree now. Oh no, sorry, push to GitHub. Sorry. It's built, isn't it? So, RISC OS ammo, just make sure it is built. Fair enough. Where's my screen share gone? Right, what we do is we do exit desktop. I didn't mean exit desktop, I meant reset, didn't I? Interesting that the kernel debug's left on though. Right, start it up by loading the module. Do it! Template entry not found. Okay. It didn't work. That's fine. I am not going to do any work on it right now. I think that's not terrible. It's not terrible, is it? I mean, we're getting somewhere. So I just stick a little bit of debug. I was really hoping we'd get somewhere with that. We'd get it to work. really was hoping, but we'll see. Right, if I just drop into here, so it actually said template entry not found, which means that it was trying to load the template, and we can find that the template entry, name of entry, is in R5 here. So what we could do is push how do you do this? I can't remember. The writing raw assembler is even harder. Os write s equals load template. 0 line right 0 move R0 R5 and then slide os new line pull R0. I can't remember if R1's corrupted by any of those. We'll just push both of them. Okay. Ooh, no, don't start star. Oh, start just. WindowManager is currently active. Broken it. I'm kind of hoping this is just a really dumb error. Load template, back window, template entry not found. I wonder what it did find. I wonder what went wrong. So, oh, hang on. No. This is your decoder. So it is actually returning as no template. It's going through that error message. Oh well. Okay, well, for now, that's fine. I'm going to leave it there. Yeah, I may have a poke at it later, but got a reasonable way through it. One thing I haven't done though is if we have a look in, what's it called here, RISC OS Wimp templates, we've added a whole bunch of implementation here. So git add c/swise template and h/global, and we're going to need to update the make file on this so that it actually uses swise template. OS ammo, just make sure it builds still. It does not. Because I've edited the wrong file. I should have edited the module file. That seemed to be okay. Now if we just do the same for the make module. Yeah, that's working. Okay, status git commit -a Updated the implementation for integration with the rule Wimp. And a few other things as well. Now, go back to here. Status. Update the submodule reference to the latest, to the necessary Wimp templates repo. Right, and now I'll just have a quick see to see whether it actually built. Because the last one didn't. Oh, sorry. That git push failed. GitHub. Thank you. Right, yes, lots and lots done. You sat there eating, Dave sat there and ate celery. That is a very, very brave thing to do. I mean, celery's not wonderful, but oh, not working. Don't know how to make C-Swice template. Hang on. I think I know what that is. I don't think we're checking out submodules. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's checked out the submodules. GitHub action, oops, GitHub action submodules checkout. How to check out submodules, true. Okay. GitHub workflows, CI. Where's the checkout gone? There we go. That's actually both those, the with submodules, true. It's the important bit. There we go. Okay. Nope, that's Wimp templates. This is the one I want. I'm really quite disappointed they didn't work. But either I'll have another fight at it later this week or it'll be on Sunday. There we go, it's built. So we can see that it's not going to work because we've just tested it, but it has built on there, and we can quite happily say that it's it is building. It isn't working. We'll have a look at it some more, as I say, next week, or if I'm feeling very generous, I'll have a look at it later this week. So on Sunday, or look at it later this week, and we'll have a see what we can do. So what we should do at the end of this is give a summary of what we did. So the first 2 hours of this session were spent basically making the RISC OS Open Wimp build with my legacy build system. And yes, that was quite a bit of work, but yeah, 2.25 hours I think it was. And then the rest of the time we spent basically integrating it, implementing the C functions that were needed, and then adding in more things that are necessary, such as the global registers for global variables, and then reworking parts of the code that weren't quite right. So there's a few things that were learned from that. One which was that although I tried to use error code returns, I hadn't exposed them far enough to make it useful. So we might need to think about doing that as well. Honestly, though, that doesn't matter if you're doing it in all in C. It only really matters if you're trying to interwork it with assembler, and you have to have the symbols in particular places. Other bit was the passing of function pointers. You can't easily do that with the way that we've done it in here. So that's a little bit of a problem. I mean, realistically, we probably want to have relocations and the like in the Wimp, but that's changing things quite a bit. Also, it was tested before I started, and it seemed to be working. And not only that, but we had one of our watchers, RISC OS UK, also test it out on RISC OS 5 and on an older Just version. And it worked there as well, albeit with a little bit of a limitation on adjust. So that was pretty nice to hear. I think it's looking like it's gonna work. It's just a matter of working out what's gone wrong. But that won't be too hard. We can make that happen. All right. I will see you all later. Have a good afternoon. I'm sorry it's been a bit longer than usual. Yeah, it's a bit longer than usual. Have a good week. Oh, like and subscribe and all the rest of it. Yeah, as Andrew says, interworking the C and the assembler is the only way to demo and test it in the real world. And it will work. It will work. It's just a matter of getting it to there. I mean, I know that I can link the C code because I've done it for the filer, I've done it in the Wimp, had it in the kernel. So it's not exactly trivial, but it isn't rocket science. It's just a matter of knowing what's going where and how you're using things. And once you've got a pattern in place, it starts to get a lot easier. Anyway, you wouldn't want to do this normally. It's just to try and make your life easier as you're integrating things and trying to write the code better. Right, I am exhausted. I am going to go and find some ibuprofen and more drink. See you later. Have a good evening. Bye.